knowledge exchange that address local and global challenges. By reinforcing institutional ties and supporting scholars and alumni, the collaboration elevates higher education and drives sustainable development and innovation in both of our beloved countries. These ongoing partnerships reflect a mutual commitment to advancing education and research, creating opportunities for growth and meaningful societal impact. This one-day program begins with a morning session, which is open to all of us and will focus on sustaining and growing partnerships, fostering new initiatives, and expanding collaborative projects. In the afternoon, Your Excellence, it will be exclusive to our peer Africa UNINET partners, IPGL scholars, and alumni, and will feature interactive working groups. Attendees will be able to discuss topics including applied research, institutional partnerships, and project-related challenges, providing a valuable space for experience sharing and networking. I encourage all of us to participate fully with the discussions, ask questions, and share your own insights about this very important event. Workshops like this are a unique space where we get together and get new opportunities and networks, and together be able to push the boundaries of research and innovation. Let me extend special thanks to Dr. Mary Kagwa. I don't know where you are, you could stand up for recognition. Our lead team in Kyambogo here, and all you are the invited expert speakers and facilitators for agreeing to share their knowledge and experience with us. Also acknowledge other colleagues, and Your Excellence, allow me to be a little bit selfish in this angle because I'm a Dean of Faculty of Science, to mention a few colleagues from science. Dr. Santa Maria Asio is here. Dr. Sanyu Grace Asio. They are not related, although they are both Asios. Dr. Charimpa Christine. Dr. Kadu Mukasa Martha. We have Professor Tracy J. Charles Kawichire, and many other colleagues from within Kyambogo. All these have benefited from the support from Austrian government in one way or the other. There is no doubt that all your contributions will inspire many of us and provide valuable perspectives in our fields of expertise and research. I really hope that this meeting is going to inspire and empower you to contribute to the fourth industrial revolution. Lastly, and once again, I welcome you all to this valuable meeting and looking forward to fruitful deliberations. Knowledge and skills for service for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Derisa. And I'd like to welcome Ulrich Hohmann to make his opening remarks. Ulrich, you're welcome.
Good morning from my side, Vice Chancellor Professor Katunguka, Excellencies, Ms. Knapp, Ms. Kerschbaumer, so deans, professors, researchers, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be here, and it's a great honor to me to welcome you to this event on behalf of OeAD. So we are the Austrian Agency for Education and Internationalization. My name is Ulrich Hörmann, and I am Deputy General of OeAD. But I also have a close connection to development cooperation. For many years, I have been working in OeAD for scholarship programs and academic partnership programs for developing countries. So my special welcome is to all of you who have been supported by one of our programs. So you are our alumni, and we are very glad to meet you again. Some of you even I remember by name and personally, because it's some 15 or 20 years ago that I dealt with the scholarship programs within OeAD. So you are alumni of EPIR. Some of you we have discussed in North-South Dialogue Scholarship Program. It was the successor program of a peer. And also a special welcome to our colleagues of IPLG. We're very close to all our limnologists, and also we know Gerald Winkler very well, who is always organizing this course. And I still up to date, I am still working a few hours per month for our peer program. It's especially for financial issues and for contractual and legal issues, also together with our donor, with Austrian Development Agency, also for contracts with the universities. First of all, I want to thank you all for following our invitation. We know that in the view of sustainability, it's very important to be in contact, to have new contacts, and also to know the players and our partners, the players, the most important persons of the institutions in person. And thus we can build on and enhance the Ugandan-Austrian collaboration in science and research especially for development. Some few words on OeAD. Many of you know OeAD. So we are the Austrian Agency for Education and Internationalization. We have been founded in 1961, and the message I want to give you that since the foundation of OeAD, so it's more than 60 years ago, we had a cooperation with the Austrian Development Corporation to support the scholarship programs. I took a look in our historic papers, and the first scholars from African countries also, they arrived, I think, in 1962 they arrived to Austria, and this was one of our core components. Now we have quite a big organization, Austrian OeAD. We have 350 staff members. We have 130 million budget every year, and these are earmarked funds for programs. Only two figures: 1,500 projects per year are supported through these funds. We have what is important for you, we have the administration of the incoming mobility, students and researchers. These are 2,000 persons per year coming to Austria. And one of this part of these programs is a peer, which is very important, which all of you know. Those who have studied in Austria or in Europe, you also know Erasmus. Erasmus is the big European Union mobility program, and out of this 130 million euro, we have around 70 million euro. It comes from the European Union. And now Erasmus is also open for partnerships for southern countries, for African countries. So 30% of the budget of Erasmus can be used for partnerships outside Europe. So also that's an important aspect for you. We have enhanced programs for schools, for the education field, so for first and secondary education. And maybe some of you also know our subsidiary organization. It's the OeAD Housing Office. And so we hope very much that it was okay, the accommodation offered to you during your stay in Austria. Now to the issues of this meeting, we already heard Austrian and Ugandan universities, we share a long-standing collaboration. We have partnerships, we have individual scholarships, and my colleague Julia, she will go in her presentation into details. Just let me give you two figures. In the last 25 years, we had 55 Ugandan scholars, especially for PhD degree at Austrian universities. And in a peer, we already have 16 full projects. And also for in the relation of OeAD, a peer projects are big projects. So for Austrian relations with a 300 or 400,000 euro project, it's a big project, a very big project. So thank you for your support once more in this field. And now I have two messages to this conference. In Austria, also in Europe, we have been discussing for a long time, and this discussion still is going on. Do we need individual scholarships, or shall we only build on institutional partnerships? Structural support, academic cooperation. And my experience, which is more than 30 years in international academic cooperation, is I'm convinced that we still need the individual support and scholarships for studying and doing research abroad. You have to know somebody in person. That's a prerequisite. It's an indispensable requirement to start a cooperation with a foreign university. Very simply spoken, you just need somebody to whom you can address. Do you want to cooperate? Do you have an idea on a new project? And many of you present in today's meeting, you are the best example for this. You started with a scholarship in Austria, started with a scholarship in I read the CVs of many of you, so many of you studied also in the northern countries, which are very open to this form of cooperation. And now you have an important position here, and now you are even responsible for a cooperation project. I think here you call it the principal investigator. So in Austria we say then Projektleiter. So here many of you are these principal investigators, and this is a very important task, and thank you for this. And my second message is regarding the scientific disciplines, regarding the challenges, climate change, waste, migration, refugees. These challenges, they concern both countries, Uganda and Austria. And therefore our projects for sustainable development and innovation, there is no one-way street. Yeah? There's no one-way street from Austria to Uganda. No, we need mutual commitment, we need cooperation at the same level, and then we can have our input to the and also a social impact to the well-being of our societies. Taking a look in the afternoon, I'm sure we will elaborate on new methods to share the results of scientific research. I'm sure we will develop new approaches for having even more sustainability in our cooperation, and also the very famous cross-cutting issues, inclusion, gender. We will have new ideas on this. So thank you very much, especially those who have traveled for a long distance. Thank you also to our ambassador for coming from Ethiopia. And in the name of OeAD, I wish you all the best. I wish you a very successful meeting and conference. And once more, I'm very glad to be participant of this conference and to have this day together with you. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. What English am I speaking now? Thanks, Ulrich. I would like to request Dr. Mgampoza to please come invite the Vice Chancellor. And once he's done, I will request the Vice Chancellor to invite the Ambassador to make her remarks. Thank you.
It's my honor and privilege to invite the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University, Professor Eli Katunguka Rwakishaya, come and address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Science, Your Excellency, the Ambassador, and your colleagues from the office in charge of Kampala, Uganda, the head of OeAD, the alumni of this partnership, the Uganda-Austrian University Corporation, members of staff, Kyambogo University. I see other colleagues from other universities. I want to welcome you to Kyambogo University and Your Excellency to say how honored we are to host you in this university. I'm sure for the first time. You've never been here, so you are most welcome, together with your colleagues. I was also glad to see many people from OeAD, the organization in charge of higher education in Austria. As a university, we are really honored to host you here, to have so many. I can see many colleagues from Makerere, from other institutions who have been involved in research and capacity development. I happened to visit Austria, I think in 2010, 2013, 14. Yeah, we were there one time for the alumni meeting, and we were able to interact with many members of staff from a number of Austrian institutions, which was very encouraging to see the partnership that was developing. Many of us trained from many other institutions abroad, and we keep our linkages with a number of institutions where we studied. Once you are an alumnus of an institution, that relationship becomes permanent. And I've noted a number of members of staff in Kyambogo who studied from Austrian institutions as elaborated by the Dean of Science. I can note a number of Dr. Sios, Dr. Kadu Mukasa, Christine Charimpa, and Dr. Mary Kagwa, who is the overall responsible for this partnership in this university. When I look at the partnership, I can see we're focusing on research and internationalization. The joint research projects that have been developed between Austrian institutions and Ugandan institutions critically address the issues affecting our two countries, as elaborated by the head of OeAD. Cross-cutting issues of gender, climate change, migration. Uganda does not have a big problem of migration leaving the country, maybe rural-urban migration, which is becoming a big challenge. So over the past 5 years, we have fostered a collaboration between Kyambogo and Austria, and the key platform for this has been Africa Uninet, a platform that was started in the year 2000, where we are an active member institution, Kyambogo. Through this platform, we have received funding for 5 projects so far, with 3 of our researchers serving as principal investigators. Additionally, ongoing research is being funded by APIA. The Erasmus collaborations between Kyambogo University and Austrian institutions, such as BOKU, have led to meaningful exchanges of students and staff. Our staff and students have had the opportunity to engage with a broader network of collaborations, further enriching their academic experiences. These partnerships have been pivotal in advancing our education, research, and community engagement mission. Kyambogo University is a young university, Your Excellency. We are only about 21 years old. In the life of a university, that is very young. I don't know how old some of your oldest Austrian institutions are, but I studied from the University of Glasgow, which is now about 640 years. When you compare with us, we are still trying to walk. So when we get these partnerships that help us to mentor our young people in research, development of grant-winning proposals, how to supervise doctorates, how to supervise masters, we appreciate that partnership. And the head of OeAD was asking whether we need individual scholarships or institutional scholarships, but that the relationship that develops between a student and a supervisor is a lifelong relationship. It goes beyond academic guidance to developing into a lifelong relationship where you become personal friends and your families become personal friends. And the mentorship the student receives, he or she will be able to pass it on to the people that are under her or his guidance in a professional manner. So we really treasure these exchanges, these partnerships. And internationalization is one of the key focus areas for higher education in all regions, Europe, Africa. We are struggling to internationalize our education by making it attractive to many people from outside to come and take our programs. And that's the challenge many of our institutions go through. These partnerships have also had a profound impact on our students. By providing access to scholarships and mentorship opportunities, we have equipped them with skills and experiences they need to excel in an ever-evolving world. Looking forward, the way forward is clear. We must deepen and expand these collaborations, leveraging the strength of our alumni community as catalysts for progress. When we look at the partnership, we can come up with a number of strategic priorities. One, creating structural opportunities for the Uganda-Austrian alumni engagement, such as mentorship programs, advisory boards, collaborative research initiatives. Fostering interdisciplinary partnerships. By breaking down silos and encouraging cross-disciplinary collaboration, we can tackle complex global challenges more effectively. Through my experience in managing research, university lecturers or scientists feel safer working alone. They feel threatened when they work in partnerships with others. So when you are a chemist, you want to do chemistry. That's the area you are conversant with. When you are a biologist, you want to do biology. But the problems facing this world are not single discipline oriented. They must bring in other people. Chemists working with engineers, working with social scientists, and that is a big challenge to introduce in universities. Must also focus on sustainability and inclusivity. Our future collaborations will prioritize sustainability, ensuring that all initiatives align with environmental stewardship and social equity principles. And we must also invest in digital transformation. Embracing technology will allow us to create more dynamic, flexible, and impactful partnerships that transcend geographical boundaries. So as we embark on the next chapter of our collaboration, I want to urge you to reflect on how we can contribute to this shared vision. Your involvement can help us achieve extraordinary outcomes through mentorship, philanthropy, or simply staying connected. I must thank the Australian government through Your Excellency for providing the scholarships that allow our PhD students to go study and live in Austria. We appreciate that. And the head of OeAD was giving us very good figures, 55 PhD scholarships. That's a big number. Students going to study in Austria. So we want to appreciate that and appreciate the Australian government and commit ourselves to strengthen this partnership for our mutual benefits. So I want to express my deepest gratitude for your continued support and dedication to Kyambogo University and other institutions in Uganda. Together we'll continue to build a legacy that inspires and will shape an uplifted future. So with those remarks, colleagues, I want to welcome you again to Kyambogo University. I want to wish you comfortable stay here and wish you fruitful discussions with the OeAD, with the embassy team, with some members of staff from Australian institutions as we deepen our collaboration for our mutual benefit, for God and my country. With those remarks, now allow me to invite you, Your Excellency, to come and speak to us.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Dr. Eli Katunguka. Thank you for welcoming us and hosting us today at your university. A wonderful compound, a lot of green, very sustainable, fantastic, well done. And even though it's only 21 years old, your university, I think there will be a bright future ahead and many, many years, centuries ahead for the university, and hopefully also in cooperation with Austria. Herr Ulrich Hörmann and your team from the OeAD here, having come here to Uganda and also Associate Professor Edirisa Magumpoza. Thank you for welcoming us today, this morning, here at your university. Austria and Uganda have a long-standing partnership. Many aspects of this partnership are built on people-to-people relations. We've heard Mr. Herman saying you have to know somebody in person. And I think this is something that has developed very well over the many years, over the decades of relations, of cooperation, collaboration between Austria and Uganda. There's a lot of focus on people-to-people cooperation between NGOs, CBOs from Austria, from Uganda, but also, and that's why we're here today, between universities here in Uganda and different universities in Austria. And I think this is also excellent to see, and something I always love to see, that it's not only one university with one other university in Austria. It's really a variety of universities from all over Uganda and from all over Austria in the different fields, in the different sectors, finding each other, working together, and building relationships together. I think it's a very important aspect because that's where true cooperation, true discussions, genuine discussions, joint learning and sharing comes from. And that's where personal and also professional growth can happen among colleagues, among peers, among friends, friendships and relationships that are built through these partnerships. And as ambassador, I'm really happy and proud to see all of you Ugandan academic professionals with your strong ties to Austria. And I would like to encourage you to build on these, to foster those university cooperation, these university partnerships further. We've heard it before, but I want to also lay an emphasis on that. In our globalized world, where we are facing so many challenges, universities, research, studies, you play an important role in factfulness, in responsible training, learning, teaching, in creativity, in finding new approaches, in finding answers together to the challenges we face together in this globalized world. We've heard about challenges of climate change, sustainability, but of course also social changes, challenges in the global health system that we've all experienced, and also political challenges, challenges of governance. Those are challenges we face in this world, in different countries, in different ways. So it's important to come together in a global network and think about it together, discuss it together, and find common approaches together. Those global networks are very important. And I want to come back to what I said in the beginning, long-standing relations between Austria and Uganda. They are also built on global networks, actually in a different field, but it started also as a people-to-people relations. It started due to freedom of the media, I would say, I would call it. Media in Austria reporting about Uganda. And from there, the interest in Austria grew in what's going on, what's happening in Uganda. And this interest really from the Austrian people in the people and the faith of the people of Uganda grew into what we now have as a very close and strong relation between our two countries and where we cooperate in so many aspects. I also want to mention what you said before, institution building. I also have seen that these university cooperation, these partnerships, the scholarships, but especially also this institution to institution work has really contributed to institution building of young universities like yours. But it has also really been fruitful to exchange with universities in Austria who have a longer history, but who also learn from the different challenges, and to have an exchange about how you approach the institution of a university and the management of a university, and also the development of curricula of universities, of different studies. I think there has been a lot of joint learning on both sides, in Austria and here in Uganda. So it's really also an additional fantastic aspect that I see as very important to this university cooperation. With this, I would like, on my behalf, to welcome you also to today's celebration and congratulate you on the university partnerships, the scientific work that has been done together, the research work that has been done together, the exchanges between university staff, professors, but of course also the students who have been creating this wonderful, exquisite group of alumni that we see here, I think only in part, but many of them we see here today. I would really like to congratulate you on these many years of collaboration between Kyambogo University, Makerere University, Mountains of the Moon University, and many other universities here in Uganda and Austria, and like to encourage you to continue and deepen this network, this global network between Austria and Uganda, and wish you all the best for the future of your programs. We very much hope that this program will continue very much between our two countries. Thank you very much again for hosting us today, and have a good deliberations in the course of today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Dr. Simon Knapp, the Austrian Ambassador. And with this, I believe we are starting off, and we look forward to an amazing day for the rest of the day. One of the things I keep hearing about is networking and continuous networking. And as we know, the academy cannot stand alone and think that it will survive. So this is a beautiful start, and we look forward to amazing deliberations as the day goes on. We're going to have a few pictures, and then we'll kickstart with our first panel discussion. So I'm going to request the people on the platform to stay seated, and I'm going to invite the following. I'll request the Dean Science to please come up, the organizing team, Kyambogo and Makerere and the rest to please come up, and Julia, please, and I'm forgetting your name. Yes, LK. I'm going to please request you to come up front to the platform. We're going to take some pictures, and Joseph, I'm going to request you to come help me here. Joseph. Thank you. We're just going to take a few pictures for this event, and we're all going to be in the pictures, so don't worry. Come down? Okay, let's come down. No, you were gonna sit, but it seems people want you down. I'm going to still request you to remain as you were up here. Can we have all the people in the audience please come up front so we have a group picture? Oh yeah, okay. And then we're going to have pictures with every one of us. Not each one, but everyone.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I choose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see. A vision of beauty, beauty. When you're near me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. Right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside your eyes. Shine bright tonight, and I. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shining bright, diamonds in the sky. Like a diamond, bright like a diamond, bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shining bright, diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond, bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, Achilles and his gold, Hercules and his gifts,
Spider-Man's control and Batman with his fists.
and clearly I don't see myself upon that list.
But she said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this.
I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, the testaments they told, the moon and its eclipse,
And Superman unrolls a suit before he lifts. But I'm not the kind of person that it fits.
But she said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can miss. I want something just like this.
Far over the misty mountains rise, leave us standing upon the height. What was before, we see once more.
Check.
Is our kingdom a distant light? Fiery mountain beneath the moon, the words unspoken will be there soon. For home a song that echoes on, and all who find us will know the tune. Some folk we never forget, some kind we never forgive. Haven't seen the back of us yet. We will fight as long as we live. All eyes on the hidden door to the lonely mountain boy. We'll ride in the gathering storm until we get our long forgotten goal. We lay under the misty mountains cold, in slumbers deep and dreams of gold. We must awake our lives to make, and in the darkness a torch we hold from long ago, when lanterns burned. Until this day our hearts have yearned. Her fate unknown, the ark in stone. What was stolen must be returned. We must awake and make a day to find our song for heart and soul. Some folk we never forget, some kind we never forgive. Haven't seen the end of it yet. We will fight as long as we live. All eyes on the hidden door to the lonely mountain born. We'll ride in the gathering storm until we get our long forgotten gold. Far away from misty mountains cold.
Here comes a wave meant to wash me away, a tide that is taking me under, swallowing sand left with nothing to say.
My voice drowned out in the thunder, but I won't cry,
and I won't start to crumble.
Whenever they try to shut me or cut me down,
I won't be silent. You can't keep me quiet. Won't tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't go speechless.
'Cause I'll breathe when they try to suffocate me. Don't you underestimate
place better seen and not heard.
Well, now that story's ending. 'Cause I cannot start to crumble. So come on and try to shut me and cut me down.
I won't be silent. You can't keep me quiet. Won't tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't go speechless, speechless.
Let the storm in, I cannot be broken. No, I won't live unspoken. 'Cause I know that I won't go speechless. Try to lock me in this cage, I won't just lay me down and die. I will take these broken wings and watch me burn across the sky. Hear the echoes saying, I won't be silenced. Though you wanna see me tremble when you try it. All I know is I won't go speechless, speechless. 'Cause I won't breathe when they try to suffocate me. Don't you underestimate me? 'Cause I know that I won't go speechless. All I know is I won't go speechless, speechless. Oh Lord my God, when I in awesome wonder consider all the worlds thy hands have made, I see the stars light, I hear the rolling thunder, thy power throughout the universe displayed. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. And when I think that God his Son not sparing sent him to die
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home.
They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day.
for the world we're gonna make.
I gotta tell ya, I gotta tell ya, you. I gotta tell ya,
Are the only
I gotta tell ya,
Dance with me under the diamonds. See me like breath in the cold. Stand with me here in the silence. You're worth more than silver and gold.
You say that I won't lose you, but you can't predict the future. So just hold on like you will never let go. Yeah, if you ever move on without me, I need to make sure you know
That you are the only one I'll ever love. Yeah, you. If it's not you, it's not anyone. Looking back in my life, you're the only good I've ever done. Yeah, you. If it's not you, it's not anyone. Not anyone. Forever's not enough time to love you the way that I want.
Cause every morning I find you, I fear the day that I don't.
You say that I won't lose you, but you can't predict the future. Cause certain things are out of our control.
Yeah, if you ever move on without me, I need to make sure you know
That you are the only one I'll ever love. Yeah, you. If it's not you, it's not anyone. Looking back on my life, you're the only good I've ever done. Yeah, you. If it's not you, it's not anyone. Not You are the only one I'll ever love. Yeah, you. If it's not you, it's not anyone. Looking back on my life, you're the only good I've ever done. Yeah, you. If it's not you, it's not anyone.
not anyone. Pack your dreams all away, save them for another day. Tell yourself no way, I can't do this. Cancel all the eating plans. Who cares if they don't understand? Ain't in the mood for talking, I might lose it. We go on believing all the liars in our head. It started before we've even started yet.
But I know you can make that move. Live your truth. When you lay down your pride, that's where the beauty lies. Ignorance ain't always bliss. You gotta roll with the punches. You gotta go where your heart is. Fight through it.
But sometimes the tears you cry can make you feel you're running dry. At least you know you're still alive.
We go on believing all the lies in our head and stop before we've even started yet.
But I know you can make that move, face the truth. When you lay down your right, that's when the beauty lies. I know you can make that move, live your truth. When you lay down your right, that's when the beauty lies.
Out of your mind into your soul. That's where it's bright and beautiful. So jump off the edge and let it go. Oh, yeah. Out of your mind into your soul.
It won't feel safe or comfortable, but jump for your life, 'cause whether you fly or fall, only you can make the move. I know you can make the move, face the truth. When you lay down your pride, that's when the beauty lies. I know you can make that move, live your truth. When you lay down your pride, that's when the beauty lies. First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. No, the way that things have been. No, second thing second, don't you tell me what you think that I could be. I'm the one at the sail, I'm the master of my CEO. The master of my CEO. I was broken from a young age, taking my soaking to the masses, writing my poems for the few that took to me, shook to me, feeling me, singing from heartache, from the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain, sing the beauty through that. You made me a believer. Hey, you break me down, you build me up, believer. Hey, I let the bullets fly, I let them rain. My life, my love, my drive, it came from. Hey, you made me a believer. Third things third, send a prayer to the ones up above. All the hate that you've heard us turn your spirit to a dove. Oh, your spirit up above. I was choking in the crowd, building my rain up in the cloud, falling like ashes to the ground, hoping my feelings they would drown, but they never did, ever did, ebbing and flowing and limited, till it broke open and rained down like. You made me a believer. Hey, you break me down, you build me up, believer. Hey, no, let the bullets fly, oh, let them rain. My life, my love, my drive, it came from. Hey, you made me a believer. Last things last, by the grace of the fire and the flames. You're the face of the future, the blood in my veins. Oh, veins, the blood in my veins. Oh, veins, but they never did, ever did, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke open and rained down. Hey, you made me a believer.
move your body. Listen to the music, sing oh.
Just move those left feet. Go ahead, get crazy. Anyone can do it. Sing oh.
Show the world you got that fire. Feel the rhythm getting louder. Show the room what you can do. Prove to them you got the moves. I don't know about you, but I feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah. Better when I'm dancing. Yeah. Oh, we can do this together. Bet you feel better when you're dancing. Yeah. La ba da ba 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 da ba da. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. When you finally let go and you slay that solo, could you listen to the music, sing oh. Cause you're confident, babe, and you make your hips sway. We knew that you could do it, sing oh. Show the world you got that fire. Feel the rhythm getting louder. Show the room what you can do. Prove to them you got the moves. I don't know about you, but I feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah. Better when I'm dancing. Yeah. We can do this together. Bet you feel better when you're dancing. Yeah. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Feel better when I'm dancing. I'm better when I'm dancing. Hey, oh. Feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah. Better when I'm dancing. Yeah. Don't you know we can do this together? Bet you feel better when you're dancing. Yeah. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
I feel better when I'm dancing. I'm better when I'm dancing. I feel better when I'm yeah.
Cause I'm in the stars tonight. So watch me bring the fire, set the night alight.
Shoes on, I get up in the morning, cup of milk, this rock and roll. Kink out, kick the drum, rolling on like a rolling stone.
Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of Rome. Ding dong, call me on my phone, iced tea and a game of ping pong.
This is getting heavy, can you feel the bass? Boom, I'm ready. Like the sweetest honey, yeah, this bitch gene like money. Disco overload, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm diamond, you know I glow. Hey, let's go.
Cause I'm in the stars tonight. So watch me bring the fire, set the night alight.
Shining through the city with a little funky soul. So I'ma light it up like dynamite.
Whoa.
Bring a friend, join the crowd, whoever wanna come along. Word up, talk the talk, just move like we off the wall.
Day and night, the skies are light, so we dance to the break of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, I got the medicine, so you should keep your eyes on the ball. It is getting heavy, can you hear the bass? Boom, I'm ready. Like it's sweet and honey, yeah, this beat ching like money. Disco overload, I'm into that, I'm good to go, I'm diamond, you know I glow up. Hey, so let's go.
Cause I'm in the stars tonight. So watch me bring the fire, set the night alight.
Hey, shining through the city with a little funky soul. So I'ma
me, bring the fire, set the night alight.
Shining through the city with a little focus soul. So I'ma light it up like dynamite. This is it's just like so watch me bring the fire, set the night alight.
Can we please take up our seats and start the next session? Yeah. And these people, I'm going to test these people because unless they're going to turn their nose. Exactly. Yeah. Because the student, I don't know if it will be okay with the audience, but if it will be like the people in the first time to go. Yeah. So we would like to begin the next session, and the next session is titled Maintaining Connections, Expanding Partnerships and Realizing New Visions. We're going to have an overview from the following people. We will have Dr. Katja Kashboma, who is the head of office of the Austrian Embassy Development Corporation in Uganda, and she is based here in Uganda. We will also have, she's going to present on Austrian Development Corporation in Uganda. We will have Julia Lech-Kopler, who is from Austria's Agency for Development, rather for Education and Internationalization, who is going to present on higher education cooperation between Uganda and Austria. And then we'll have Dr. Peter Akol, from Makerere University, who is going to present on IPGL, International Postgraduate Training courses in Limnology. When they're done, we'll have a short Q&A session of about 10 minutes, and we shall move into the next session. So, Dr. Katia, you're welcome to make your presentation.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Also, thank you so much for pronouncing my name in an excellent manner, which is not common here. Thank you very much. The host, the dean, the vice chancellor of Kyambogo University, Dr. Eli Katunguka Rakishaya, the ambassador of Austria, Dr. Simone Knapp, the director of OeAD, Mr. Ulrich Hörmann, the dean of Kyambogo University, Professor Mugampoza, distinguished guests from the APPEAR and Africa Uni Network partners, Kyambogo University, Makerere University, Mountains of the Moon University, Gulu University, Oku University, the esteemed alumni of the various programs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to give these remarks and this presentation today at the third Information and Networking meeting of the Uganda-Austrian University Corporation. It is a gathering to exchange experiences and to network among APPEAR as well as Africa UniNet project partners and current and former scholarship holders. The value of connections, broadening partnerships, and embracing new visions cannot be overstated. As one of the famous quotes say, alone we can do so little and together we can do so much. So in that spirit, I would like to give a brief overview of what Austria does in Uganda in terms of Austrian development cooperation. And there will also be some pictures on here, just, some examples of the projects that we are supporting. Uganda has been a priority country for Austria since the early 1990s. And I think some of you might know that part of the what has become the Ugandan constitution was actually written in a small village in Austria. Yes, I'm hearing people saying yes. Yeah. So in terms of what we do on the ground here, Austria uses what we call a mixed modality approach. So we work closely with various stakeholders. We work with the government of Uganda. We work with multilateral institutions such as the UN. So we have projects with UNDP, UNFPA, UN Women, UN, now planning with UNODC, with UNCDF, just to mention a few. And then we also work with civil society organizations. With international NGOs and with national NGOs. We also have a number of what we call small projects, which are really one-off interventions. We have a lot of programs that are still supported, not directly under the budget line in Uganda that we as the office are managing, but under different budget lines that are managed by our headquarters. So there's really a wealth of interventions going on in Uganda. What I also would like to mention is that we, of course, do not work in isolation, but we coordinate very closely with the European Union delegation, with the European Union member states, and with other like-minded development partners. How do we do that? We usually participate in various development partner groups where we coordinate our joint programming, our joint implementation, the messaging to the Ugandan government, and so on. Our interventions are based on what we call the Uganda country strategy. The current one runs from 2019 to 2025. So at the end of this year, we'll have a new strategy. And the strategy says that in Uganda, we focus on two main areas. And one of these areas is water and sanitation, and the other one is access to justice, good governance. And our geographic priority is in northern Uganda, although not all of our projects are in northern Uganda, but the majority is. Our efforts are really prioritized to address the critical challenges that affect the well-being and rights of vulnerable communities in the country. And as such, we also have a lot of support that is situated around the various refugee settlements in the country. So now I want to give you, just to get an understanding of some of the projects that we are having, and just want to mention a few, and then there's also just some pictures of the projects. So we have a project with SNV on sustainable water supply and sustainable hygiene for all. That's mainly in the Lango region. Then we have a partnership with GIZ on water supply and sanitation for refugees and host communities in northern Uganda. We also contribute to UNHCR in the country, where we also earmark our funding specifically to water and sanitation and to access to water. We have now another project that is not situated in the north but in eastern Uganda, because the wetlands are in the east. We have a restoration of wetlands project with UNDP. We have a project on the monitoring of water quality together with the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, IASA, in Austria. And we have another project with UASNet that you might know. So it's the network of Ugandan NGOs that work in the water and sanitation area. And that's a project on promoting good governance and accountability on water. For the access to justice sector, Austria is currently the chair of the Justice Sector Development Partners Group. The members of the group include the EU delegation, the Royal Danish Embassy, the Embassy of Sweden, the Embassy of the Netherlands, GIZ, the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator, USAID, GIZ, IDLO, UNDP, UNHCR, UNFPA, UN Women, UNODC, and UNICEF. All these partners are active in the sphere of access to justice in Uganda. We have worked with the government of Uganda through the judiciary and through the justice, law and order sector. That partnership started around 2010, 2012. And some of the projects that we support in that area, yeah, I'm going to mention them, but before I want to say that we really have a big focus on gender-based violence. There's also a lady here from Kyambogo that worked on the gender policy, I think, and we talked about that. So clearly gender-based violence is a challenge in so many ways in Uganda. Of course, when it comes to human rights, when it comes to access to justice of the victims, but also in a bigger sphere where it's really clear and demonstrated by research that the development of a country correlates with the prevalence of GBV in the country. So eliminating GBV is actually a way of progressing in terms of development. And then another focus is also transitional justice. So really still dealing with challenges that originate from the LRA conflict. And you might know that we had a recent a recent ruling of the International Criminal Court on the Dominic Ongwen case. And you might also know that the court issued the biggest reparations order that it has issued so far to be implemented in Uganda, which also poses a new challenge as to how exactly that order will be implemented. So now to the projects that we are supporting in this area. We have a project with the International Center for Transitional Justice on really, helping the victims with psychosocial support, but also representing them before various courts, meaning between the International Crimes Division of the High Court in Uganda, but also the ICC in The Hague. Then we have a project with UNFPA that focuses on accelerating the cases of SGBV victims before the court. We have so far cleared hundreds of cases, and you might know it takes very long to push a case from the police to the prosecution through the Ugandan court system. So sometimes really victims have to wait for 5 years. So part of this project aims at accelerating these cases. Then we have a big project with UN Women also. We've just concluded a phase and have in December signed a new phase whereby we will pilot 2 specialized SGBV courts, one in Masaka and one in Gulu. Then we have a project with Avocats Sans Frontières on protecting procedural and constitutional rights through access to justice. We also work closely with the Uganda Women's Network to enhance equitable access to justice and also water services. So it looks at whether women are sufficiently represented on district water committees also. And we have a project with Human Rights Center Uganda where we look at training security agencies on the human rights based approach. In addition to these projects that are directly coordinated by our office here in Uganda, Austria also has other funding, as I mentioned before, and also our support to the OeAD comes from that other funding that is channeled from the headquarters. So apart from OeAD, we also have projects with Care International on reproductive and maternal health. We have a close collaboration with the Jane Goodall Institute, and you might remember that Jane Goodall was in the country last year, I believe. So we have a greener project where we also look at protecting the habitat of the chimpanzees in the country. There is a project by Horizon 3000 on improving the living conditions of South Sudanese refugees and village communities in refugee settlement areas of the Rhino Camp in Bidi Bidi. Another project with Light for the World International on building inclusive and gender equitable livelihoods and protection services in Palabek. And a project with the Austrian Red Cross to improve the living conditions for DRC refugees in Nachivale refugee settlement in Uganda. So this is just to name a few. There's a lot of other support to the World Food Programme and so on that is also happening. In addition, Austria also engages in economic partnerships, or business partnerships as we call them, and we co-invest in innovative projects. And we ensure that partnerships, as our office, we ensure that partnerships align with the developmental priorities of both Austria and Uganda. I think another very important aspect of our development cooperation is the policy and political dialogue between our countries. And I wanted to give some examples as what we really, as how we engage also with the government and which topics we engage on. So specifically, for example, for the justice sector, some of the issues are the 48-hour rule. I don't know whether you're aware what the 48-hour rule is regarding the Ugandan police. So when the police arrests you, according to the constitution, you should not be held for longer than 48 hours, right? At the police station now. So then you're either released on bond or you're being brought before the court and then remanded on and then released on bail or remanded to a prison. So for various reasons, the 48-hour rule a lot of times cannot be met, and this is something we engage on, and I think the police really has currently worked on a software that tracks how many people, you know, are at any time in any police cell in Uganda, and how many of them have overstayed beyond the constitutional limit of 48 hours. So that is one of the bigger topics. Then also, of course, the time that people spend on remand in prisons should not be longer than 6 months in capital cases. However, you might personally know of people who've really waited for 2-3 years, you know, for the trials to be heard. So this is another topic we engage on. And then, of course, where it all stems from is the elimination of the big case backlog in Uganda that creates uncertainty in the system. So we work with all the criminal justice institutions to speed up that process. Now, regarding specifically APPEAR and Africa UniNet project partners in Uganda, the coordination office also plays a role, and the role that we play is that we are actively reviewing ongoing projects and supporting the evaluations and we ensure the evaluations of the projects and proposals that are being handed in to ensure that these initiatives are aligned with both the needs of the Ugandan communities and with Austria's development goals. We ensure that Austrian contributions to Uganda's education sector are not only visible, but have a lasting impact on the development of educational opportunities and quality across the country. In maintaining the presence of such partnerships in Uganda, our office also has participated in various activities. In June last year, for example, we attended the APPEAR Clean and Prosperous Uganda Project Consortium meeting, which was convened by the University of Technology of Vienna and the Makerere University College of Agricultural and Environmental Sciences, together with the Uganda Red Cross Society and Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So this was a perfect example of the spaces created by partnership to exchange ideas, experiences, and expertise, building a shared vision for sustainable development and academic excellence between Austria and Uganda. I applaud the Ugandan-Austrian University cooperation for having a proactive approach that involves consistently fostering networking events such as this, embracing diverse research ideas, and actively seeking solutions for improvement in the academia and beyond. I also want to briefly touch upon, like I think all the previous speakers already did, on the importance of maintaining connections and expanding partnerships. In an increasingly interconnected world, our collective strength lies in the collaborations we make across borders. It is important to recognize that programs such as the APPEAR and the Africa Uni Network programs are more than just academic exchanges. They are bridges that connect knowledge, culture, and opportunities. Such partnerships help in initiating research projects and research and education projects based on common interests, establishing a solid communication structure between Austrian and African higher education institutions and scientific institutions, creating a platform for long-term science discourses. And they also help in establishing contacts with governmental and non-governmental organizations, providing expertise on the higher education and research landscapes in Austria and Uganda and wider Africa, and simply bringing also our two countries closer. The partnerships empower scholars, strengthen institutions, and contributing challenges, as our ambassador said, challenges that we face globally. To conclude, the Austrian Development Agency, the Austrian Development Corporation in Uganda, appreciates the work that is being done by the OeAD under the APPEAR and the Africa UniNet program, and the work that is done by the numerous project partners to improve the livelihoods of many Ugandans, for example, through projects aimed at including women and refugees by reducing their exposure to harmful pollutants and sustainably creating new economic opportunities in recycling, composting, and energy recovery, to mention but a few. I would like to emphasize the importance of today's meeting, the importance of sharing information, of networking, and setting up opportunities for value chain creation in the various ongoing OeAD projects. Let me conclude with another quote. Networking isn't just about building connections. It's about building communities of purpose and communities of impact. Networking opens doors, and partnerships turn those doors into pathways of progress. Thank you very much for your attention.
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the dreams bring back all the memories of everything we've been through.
Close to the ones here today, close to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the dreams bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back you.
There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain,
when I believed in forever and everything would stay the same.
Now my heart feel like December when somebody say your name.
'Cause I can't reach out to call you, but I know I will one day. Yeah.
Everybody hurts sometimes. Everybody hurts
someday. Yeah. But everything will be alright. Go as your voice will say.
Hey, here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the dreams bring back all the memories of everything we've been through.
Close to the ones here today, close to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the dreams bring back all the memories, and the memories bring back you. Memories bring back you.
There's a time that I remember when I never felt so lost.
When I felt that all the hatred was too powerful to stop.
Now my heart feel like an ember,
and it's lighting up the dark.
I'll carry these torches for ya,
that you know I'll never drop. Yeah.
Everybody hurts sometimes. Everybody hurts someday. Hey, hey.
But everything will be alright.
Go and raise your voice and say, hey.
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the dreams bring back all the memories of everything we've been through.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, hello everyone, good morning, it's still good morning. Thank you for bearing with us while we solve some technical issues, but now we are all good. And I also wanted to ask if it's fine if I stand here because I need to be closer to you and also my slides to click them. My name is Julia Lichkappler, I work for OeAD, Austria's Agency for Education and Internationalization. And this morning I have the honor to present to you 3 funding programs that are implemented by OeAD. I'm sure that most of you are familiar with at least one of the programs, but now I'm here to give you also a more comprehensive picture. So, let's start with the APPEAR program. APPEAR, the Austrian Partnership Program in Higher Education and Research for Development. It's financed, as you have heard, by the Austrian Development Corporation. Put simply, it finances projects between Austrian higher education institutions and higher education and research institutions in 11 partner countries, as well as the master's and PhD scholarships. APPEAR has 11 priority countries, and you can see that 4 of them are located on the African continent, and I also highlighted Uganda. There's also Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, and Mozambique on the African continent. But it's also, that's important to note, it's also possible to include institutions from further countries. The thematic focus of the program is in line with the Austrian Development Corporation, because the program is financed by the Austrian Development Corporation, and furthermore, there always has to be relevance for main societal challenges in the respective countries and for the respective institutions. To, on the one hand, enable new partnerships, but also allow for continued cooperation, APPEAR has developed different funding instruments. I will just briefly mention them here because it's important to note. Many of you know preparatory funding. It's meant to establish a full academic partnership, and it's especially designed for partners that have not yet worked together. The academic partnership is the core project, the full-fledged cooperation between Austrian higher education institutions and the institutions in the partner countries. And if these academic partnership projects succeed and are completed successfully, then they have the possibility to apply for further funding in the course of an advanced or extended impact partnership. So now APPEAR started its history 2010, and we are very happy that between 2010 and 2020, we successfully completed 107 projects. 64 of them were preparatory funding projects, as I mentioned earlier, and 37 academic partnerships, and 6 even completed an advanced academic partnership during that time. Oh, now I even got a remote control, which makes my life much easier. Thank you very much. The total funding amount during that decade was 21 million euros. We are also proud that during these 10 years of APPEAR, from 2010 to 2020, more than 150 master and PhD students have graduated. Now we are in the 3rd APPEAR program phase, which started in 2020 and will last until 2027. During these 7 years, we have a total budget of almost 19 million euros, and we have already conducted 4 calls within which 31 projects were accepted for funding, and we also have more than 30 scholarship holders by now. You can see the distribution of the projects on the right-hand side, and I've also made a statistics for APPEAR projects in African partner countries. 17 out of the 31 projects are implemented between Austria and African partner countries, and out of these 17, 8 are corporations in Uganda, so Uganda leads the list here. Congratulations. Yeah, right now we have 8 current peer projects with partner institutions in Uganda. You can see that there is only 6 fact sheets here because 2 of them are just about to start. They were selected within the last call. But these are the fact sheets of the 6 current projects that started last year or 2 years ago. And we've also brought printed fact sheets. If you're interested to have a closer look at them, please help yourself to get more information on the relevant projects. So let me also again welcome at this point all peer partners. And since we've been sitting for so long, maybe the peer project partners of all current and completed projects just stand up for a moment so that we can see you. And we can also give you a hand because you succeeded in getting such a full-fledged project. Wonderful. I can see Kyambogo University, for example, which is, of course, then Makerere University. I see Mountains of the Moon. Yeah, you're waving. You're also waving. Maybe Kyambogo also wants to wave because I rushed through Kyambogo. Now we do Makerere. Yes, hello. Uganda Martyrs, I think someone is here. Muni University. I had the pleasure of staying with them for a few days. Thank you. Elke, who am I forgetting? I can just lose when I... Gulu. Where's Gulu? Oh, yeah, here you are. Yeah. So thank you very much for coming. Some of you will have to stand up again very soon because now I'm telling you about the Ugandan scholars and alumni. Ulrich has already mentioned that in the past 25 years, 55 Ugandan scholars and alumni have finished their studies. Only 13 haven't finished yet because they are current peer scholars. And it's also for me important to note that we see our scholars and alumni as multipliers and mediators, and they build bridges and also enhance sustainability in the form of further cooperation. So if all the scholars and alumni could stand up now very briefly, even if you've already stood up, you can again stand up. Now it's your turn. Thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate all the work that you've been doing. OeAD is also a service agency that helps scholars and researchers when they come to Austria and if they wish to study in Austria. So very briefly, I would also like to show you the database for scholarships and research grants. If any of your students are interested in studying in Europe, please consult this website, because even when an peer call is not open at the moment, there might still be other opportunities that are all in this database. Now turning to Africa Uninet, the Austrian African Research Network. Africa Uninet is not financed by the ADC, but it's financed by the Ministry of Education and Research. And it was funded in 2019 and launched in 2020 as a platform that creates a long-term and stable basis for cooperation within the framework of projects, but also beyond projects, because sometimes there are no calls, but we still want to be in touch. So this is where Africa Uninet comes into play. It also, we have a website, and there's also a network structure where you can we keep you informed. We have activities, we have meetings, so even if you don't have a current project, you're still welcome to join the network. We are very happy that right now Africa Uninet has 86 member institutions, of which 29 are located in Austria. So the interest within Austrian universities and research institutions to cooperate with partner institutions on the African continent is really high. So 29 universities is a very big number for the Austrian universities. 57 of the member institutions are located in 20 different countries in Africa, and you can see them here on the list. Uganda at this point has 7 member institutions, and I know that there are representatives from Busitema, Gulu University, I've seen Kabale, I've seen Kyambogo, of course, Makerere, and Nkumba, I've also seen. So maybe if anyone related to Africa Uninet can stand up now. I think it's the last time standing up. Exercise is good. So thank you. Yeah. In case your university is not yet a member institution, please feel free to contact me afterwards, and I can tell you more details about it and also give you information on how to join. Africa Uninet now finances more than 80 projects between institutions in Austria and 17 countries in Africa. It's financed with 2 million euros, so if you calculate that, you will see that the projects are very small scale. It's mostly seed money to visit each other and to work on a small scale project. But the thematic variety of these projects is really high. All of the projects, again, have to contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but other than that, they are not restricted. And you can see that we have, of course, the pressing needs in form of climate change, environmental research, but we also have molecular biology, food testing, mycology, anthropology, plant breeding, and so on. This is an overview of all the projects, but I will just show you some examples of projects with Ugandan partner institutions. 18 projects are currently running because some of them have already been completed. And you can see that, for example, on the top right, this is mathematics in terms of discipline. This is the Africa Uninet website. The call is also currently open, but the Africa Uninet call, as it is a network and community, it's always only open for member institutions. If you are not yet a member but still interested to apply for a project very soon, please contact us concerning cooperation development research. It's also financed by the Ministry of Education and Research, and it also supports small-scale research projects that focus on the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and the countries that are eligible to participate are much more, because it refers to the DAC list of the OECD countries. Currently, KÜV finances 34 cooperative research projects in 22 different countries. The KÜV call, as I said, is also currently open, so please consult this website or contact us later on if you have any questions. Now just a few remarks from what we have learned in implementing programs like Appear Africa Uninet and KÜV for 15 years now. During that time, we've always tried to create frameworks for cooperation that are at eye level. I will not go into detail into all of these findings, but because it relates very much to what has already been said, we also believe that it's important to strengthen personal relationships. We need the time and resources for activities that foster mutual respect and intercultural understanding. And in this respect, we personally have found Appear preparatory funding very useful because it helps all the interested researchers to establish a full project proposal. We also see Africa Uninet and KÜV projects within this dimension because, as I said, they are small scale, but they are also the opportunity to try something new, to get involved with a new partnership, to get to know them better, and then maybe develop a larger project later on. And of course, again, our scholars and alumni, as I said, we see them as really important multipliers and brokers between different contexts. To underline the importance of alumni once more, I will just briefly refer to a talk of Mary, who will talk in the next session, from the journey from an alumna, so to say, to an Africa Uninet project. And now she's the project coordinator of a big Appear project. Also, we believe that it's important within the funding designs that we provide spaces and tools that enhance active participation and access by all partners. And for this reason, we have, on the one hand, we have developed the Appear guiding principles that aim at mutual knowledge exchange. It's also added value in Appear projects if there is promotion of regional networks, and also if there is an integration of non-academic institutions in the partner countries, for example, NGOs, think tanks, and so on. Furthermore, APPEAR is very unique in the way that it allows project coordination and full responsibility in the non-Austrian country, so in the partner country. These are the guiding principles. I will not go into detail now because I think also Violet will delve into this topic a little bit later in the next session. But let me just show you what I said about project coordination. You can see here we made the statistics that in the first program phase, 38% of the selected projects were coordinated by the partner country. So they assumed full responsibility, got the financial means, had to submit their financial and annual reports. And this has now increased to 52% in this current third program phase. So right now, more than half of the projects are not coordinated by the Austrian institution, but by the partner institution. One example, because I've just visited them, is the project AMUTI on strengthening transformative capacities in refugee host community settings in West Nile. And you can see that Professor Clement Okia, who is also here, is the project coordinator, MUNI is the coordinating institutions, and then BOKU is the partner institution. And what's also great is that they have also integrated an NGO, which really gives them access to work with the host and refugee communities. We also found it important to have accompanying activities that on the one hand showcase the successes. We really need to show everyone who is as successful as all of you are. And that also enable exchange between participants, stakeholders, but also new and interested actors. And for this reason, our office organizes partner meetings, project meetings, public events. We also take part in a film festival in Austria. We organize events for scholars and alumni and about scholars and alumni and from scholars and alumni. We have a media visibility in form of a podcast. There was also an alumni reception with the help of the Austrian embassy in Ethiopia, so we also use our contacts to the official representatives to showcase the work that has been done and to continue the network. And again, Africa Uninet, because Africa Uninet in this respect is very useful because it holds a general assembly, and the last general assembly of all the member institutions that were then active was held in 2023 in Vienna with about 140 participants, about 70 institutions from 17 different countries in Africa, and we still think that it was the first time that so many researchers and scientists have met to discuss and showcase and also network between Austrian and African partners. Yeah, this brings me to the end because this network meeting has the same goal of networking, of showcasing what you have achieved, and of also establishing future networks and future relationships. And with this, I thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Peter, one of the alumni who have followed the IPGL, which you are going to hear about, and also North-South Dialogue Scholarship. So I think I'm privileged now to share the long history of Austrian Development Cooperation. From the previous speakers, they indicated water as one of the core portfolios, and a number of projects were shared. But they have also contributed to building capacity in water-related areas, and specifically in sustainable use of aquatic resources. So IPGL is the international postgraduate program in limnology. So far it has trained about 700 persons, of which 40% are females, totally from the globe. They have trained 420 from Eastern Africa, and in Eastern Africa we consider up to Ethiopia. And from Uganda, as 2025, there are 110 graduates from this program, of which 45% females. So gender equity is observed. How did this IPGL start? This was started by a renowned limnologist, Hans Fla, in 1974. He started this work in Iran. Afterwards, on return, became a director of loans and eventually director of Austrian Academy of Sciences. And during this time, he recognized the need for capacity to help him advance his interests in limnology. So he got from Man and Biosphere program, where he trained Austrians. But as he expanded his interest to alpine or highland lakes, which were also Uganda, he came to East Africa, in Asia, South America, he recognized the need of the capacity to support his interests in limnology. So, 1975, he applied for funding from UNESCO, but it was supported, or the funds were provided for by the Austrian Development Corporation. And this was an 8-month course, which was attracted limnologists from developing countries. This was mainly mounted at loans, and many of you have gone through Austrian education. You must have gone to loans, the famous Retrodat. Then, and of course, they were also visiting Vienna, where they were studying River Danube as one of the large rivers. Then from around 1982, they established Monse, which is another very nice place, where those who followed the program were studying Lake Monse, one which was previously eutrophied but restored, and we're also able to study lakes that mixes once. So this gives a very nice impression for those who are studying limnology. Then the curricula improved, and they included wetland and aquaculture. And around 1990s, then they started collaboration with Czech Republic, and that's where students could visit and undertake courses, wetland and aquaculture. But it was recognized that the participation and the ownership of the many beneficiaries, notably the African development countries, were not in the play. So in 1995, they started, actually 94, they started a short course where they involved Egerton University in delivery of a 3-week field course. So studying the tropical water systems. So putting the training in local context. In 1995, they instituted an assessment. That's now 20 years since the inception of IPGL. And the alumni indicated that there's need for international cooperation, and that was aimed at expanding the funding, but also the training synergies. So the administration thought it wise and approached UNESCO IHE at that time, now it is called IHE Delft, so the International Institute for Hydraulics and Environmental Engineering in the Netherlands. So they forged an agreement where they started a joint sea course. In 2008, then Egerton was also recruited and the family started participating in the international limnological course. But still, the degrees were awarded by Delft. In 2012, IPGL officers shifted from Monsi, where they were hosted since 1982, to Boku for strategic reasons. One, enhancing university collaborations, and of course expanding the partnership. It shifted to Boku under the theme of sustainable management of natural resource, which is of course a portfolio for the ADC, and it's hosted under the Institute of Hydrobiology and Aquatic Ecosystem Management. So in the same year, they thought of developing a joint degree such that Africans or African institutions feel the sense of ownership and recognition. So team developed an international joint degree program in Limnology, wetland management, which is now running. It's implemented by the IHE Delft, Boku, and University of Egerton. So at the end, participants receive a joint degree. Unlike the previous where they were only receiving a degree from IHE. In order to enhance the South-South partnership, again Boku, with support from ADC, created a partnership among the African institutions. And here they developed an international joint degree program in aquatic ecosystems and environmental management, which is run between University of Addis Ababa, Barda University, and Egerton University. So South-South partnership enhancement. Apart from the direct funding to give scholarships to individuals and institutions, ADC has also managed to maintain the RPG network through creating an additional funding, which they have already mentioned, the APIA funding. In this case, I'll just give example for projects that participated in research, but also contributed to capacity building within their projects. One is Striker Fish, which was 2015 to 2018, where I'm happy to mention that Papias, Dr. Papias, was one of the beneficiaries from this project, PhD level. So we had 5 PhDs trained. Then we have Radima. This was in Ethiopia, where they developed indicators for the highland river systems, Ethiopia. The ongoing ADC support projects at Boku and involving the IPGL alumni include the FreshNet and of course the SWEGA, which was earlier mentioned, that sustainable water quality management support in Uganda. Apart from direct funding to build capacity and undertake research, ADC has also supported maintaining the networks. So again, Boku, with the support from ADC, developed an Aqua Hub. So it's a web page platform that connects all the alumni, but beyond the people who studied at Boku. So currently 500 posts are being made per year, 550 registered members, not only alumni, and every 2 weeks we receive an email about what's happening in the global scene, again through the platform. And of course, you don't have to fear to register because your data is well protected on Boku Drive. Apart from the web-based platform, Boku has also supported with funding from ADC, starting regional associations. So we have the water, the Austria Water, Africa Water Association, which later on became the Eastern Africa Water Association. Although it's not very vibrant, but I think members here, you should now take interest, and then we create a common voice. I indicated earlier that in 1995, they instituted an alumni assessment study, which culminated into a master's degree. So they recommended that there's need for multinational cooperation, and a team created cooperation with IHE and started MSc. So 2020, actually last year, there was another alumni assessment study, and the report is out, and hopefully, again, new developments are going to come from this report. So, what do we learn from this? First is, how did the team keep the program relevant for the last 50 years? One is timely and continuous review and realignment of the curricula. So all this inclusion of different institutions and the different places of study were added after realigning the curricula to the needs. Promotion of limnology. Most of the alumni, can say, working at different institutions have in one way or the other introduced limnology in the institutions. And notably, we have the late Professor Kizito, who was the first alumni from Makerere, started the fisheries and aquatic science program, which has stayed up to now and is now producing the notable limnologists and the fishery scientists. Now I can happily say Mary Kagwa is now developing a master's program in environmental science, again promoting limnology in Kyambogo. And of course other institutions have also taken similar course. Two is maintaining and strengthening the established networks, which the previous speakers also mentioned. That's not only making connections, but also maintaining them and strengthening them. And how did the team sustain the program? First, a special thanks to the Austrian Development Corporation, because from its inception in 1974, it has consistently supported. So, committed funding mechanism. So the Austrian Development Corporation, please, thank you very much for the support. And like you said, kindly continue so that we can build masses now under this new climate change or migration, so that we, two, upholding the culture of open knowledge sharing. So the Austrian team that were managing the program were always free to learn and accept suggestions from the African partners. So in that, they were able to collaboratively negotiate for institutional adoption of the programs. And three is the recognition and engagement of motivated persons. So again, through a peer, again funding from ADC, many of us receive funding that enables us to build institutional capacity. And again, thanks very much to ADC. And thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to the three presenters in this session. I wonder if we have any questions to any of the presenters. If there is any question, just raise your arm and you'll have a microphone reaching you. Anyone with a question about anything they'd like? I will take 3 questions. I have an arm here. Any other question? Okay, that's 1, that's 2. Can I get a lady, please? Can I have a lady, please? Lest I take another gentleman. Okay, thank you so much.
I am Charles Luanga Kagwe from Kumba University. Your Excellency, the Vice Chancellor and all other presenters, I thank you for the information you have shared. Just 2 comments. The first one is about student mobility for long stays. At Nkumba, our cooperation with Austrian institutions started in 2018, quite recent. And one of the challenges our students used to find, hopefully it is improving, was securing a visa for long stay, because the visas anyway have to be processed in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. So the short Schengen visa can be, all the documentation can be processed here in Kampala, but the long stay beyond 90 days, the students had to fly to Addis Ababa for a day. I used to ask them, what happens there? They say, no, they just want us to appear physically and we come back. Anyway, of course, in the Ugandan situation, that is a little bit costly for some parents, really. We've had students that continue to go there. We've now grown our, through Erasmus, we have good collaborations there. The last
and I think you can really fit in one of these. And then we move on to develop our country and also at the international level. I welcome you once again, since we got the privilege to host you, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor that somehow it ended up that we are hosting you here. So really thank you so much for making it, having your time to be here with us today. So as it is, you see on the program, I am going to talk about my research work, empowering a scholar journey to leading major projects. Just a brief background. I've already mentioned that I'm from the Environmental Science Department. My areas of research are in water quality management, and right now also in pollution tracking. More so I'm interested in aquatic resources. I am very much motivated in continuously working in the aquatic systems, where I'm looking at especially our impacts, you know, the human impact and how we are impacting our resources. Of course, influencing or affecting the different biota that resides in this water, both flora and fauna. I'll start off from my journey with the collaboration with the Austria partnership. It started off, of course, way back as a student. I went through that project program that Peter has really comprehensively explained, IPGL, way back. I think it was around 2003. And it's been a journey. Now it's, when I did my master's, I finished in 2004, and now it's almost 20 years. So I feel old. Yes, yeah, so starting then, this is how I... Hello? Yeah, so that's how I started. After that, by then we were doing IPGL, and we could get also, and it still is actually, that masters, we could get a certificate from UNESCO, IHA, today it's IHE Delft. Yes. And we also had the opportunity to go and do part of the studies in Czech Republic. So we got really a good exposure. When it comes to aquaculture, Czech Republic is really good. Right now we have that kind of, those modules being done in Egerton University. So I did that, and then later, after some, I think 4 or 5 years, I went back to do my PhD with a professor, Michael Shagal, in University of Vienna. And I worked on ecosystems again, ecosystems. I was looking at Arthrospira. If you see those flamingos on those lakes, especially in the Rift Valley, where we have flamingos, the food they feed, that phytoplankton, I was looking at its ecomorphology, how it changes depending on the different factors, temperature, salinity, and all that. So I went into depth and all that. And then after that, then I returned sometime in 2013, and had a chance to also to work in Rwanda for some time, 3 years and 8 months. Came back home now, and where I am here in Kyambogo. And I joined, then it was chemistry, we restructured, the restructuring was done, and I'm in environmental science now. So we started off my journey, especially with the Austrian partnership. We started off with the Africa Uninet, the first call that came out. I think that was in 2020. And there's a colleague who reached out to me from University of Continuing Education, Krems, Dr. Niels. Of course, you know how it works on Africa Uninet. People reach out to each other, and that's the whole idea, to network, yeah? So he reached out to me, and we started discussing, and we teamed up together with a colleague from University of Namibia. And yes, we put in, it's basically, it was a science policy kind of paper or research work. And we did it in the 3 countries. But then after, we scaled it up Yeah, we had a chance now to move in other countries. As you see there, that publication shows that this science project, it was kind of a, we called it phosphorus game, but it was not really a game. But we used the kind of parliamentary setting, like the British Parliament, the way there is an opposition, a proposition, and you know how people argue, yeah? The Prime Minister and then the other one, the opposition also responds, and people. So the whole idea is to try and bring up that when we go out and like in these, at these platforms, like the COP, for example, countries have usually step out and they lay what they want, what maybe they would like to collaborate with other countries to see that they can work together, also be assisted. How do you stand up also to argue and that your ideas are also felt? So the primary thing that we discovered is that knowledge is very paramount. So for the students, we're engaging students in all universities. We did these games here, or debates sort of in Kyambogo. We went, I went to Namibia and I conducted one. Then we went to Austria. Then we went to other countries. My colleagues also, the one in University of Continuing Education, also continued to other countries. We involved
gyali nkimanyiga mu bugumye
If I make a lot of money, baby, give me the company. Oh man, zibo lina kambi company. Ujitaka karuka nyakuro mtima kukuka kanile. Bikora bakubanga bagala, abakupana banje bakupambana, majengo kagambe nanyo.
So I'm going to request the different working group chairs to please come up front, or you decide where you'd like to make your presentation from. We're going to follow this. Group 1, Group 2, and Group 3, just simply highlight what issues came out from your discussion. I will ask Janina to lead, and then I will ask, now I don't know who took Group 2 from Kwichiriza, and then Grace will conclude. So once we are done with that, we will have a short discussion with all of us involved, if there is anything you'd like to add. And when we are done with that, I promise we will go home. What's the meaning of home, sir? We will go home. Home means many things in my world. So Dr. Karungi, and then who took Group 2? Yes, sir. And then Grace, and please come up front, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Isaac Tebasima. Yeah, he's telling me that I have 20 minutes. So I happen to to host a very dynamic group. I think it was the best group. And our brief, in our brief we had 4 questions. So I will go systematically, tell you the first question and what we put forward from the group. So the first question in working group 1, we had the secretary. Please put your hand up. That was our secretary. Yeah. So the first question was, how can we use the results of joint research? So members gave these answers. 1 was to generate peer-reviewed journal papers. That's one use. The other one was to develop patents. That's another use. Then the other one was to feed into policy. That is by developing policy briefs and advocacy papers. Then the other use was to stimulate further research, because when you do research you find that it actually leads you to other problems that you can start to intervene in. Then the other one is to strengthen partnerships. That's another use. Then another one is to inform curriculum, because most of our curriculum, they were modeled or developed a while ago, and things have been changing. Yeah, so we need to use our results also to inform curriculum review. So to use our results to provide framework for best practices, so that if somebody wants best practice, for example, I'm from a crop background, in growing coffee, then you can provide that. So you can provide frameworks for best practices to increase production, for example, in agriculture, and productivity. And once you do that, then you generate employment. Then we can use our results to develop business recommendations and for product development. This is geared towards the private sector. We can also use our results for priority setting in research agendas. All of us come from institutions that have research agendas, and we can use our results to set priorities in those agendas. I've added one last one that I remembered, but we hadn't put, maybe we were being very modest. We can use them also to get promoted. We added put, but it's a reality. So those were the answers. Then we also had the question, what methods offer great potential for sharing scientific discoveries with the scientific community, So we have a number of methods. One is the usual conferences. Then we mentioned the electronic platforms. The other one was repositories, like each university should have a repository where the findings go. And also academic platforms. We have like Google Scholar, we have ResearchGate, we have LinkedIn, so you can also put there. Then social media platforms where most of the youth go, because youth also form the scientific community. TikTok, YouTube, those were some of the examples given. And in the group we felt like ministries. You find they have a lot of information that people need, but it's never available. So we felt that, like for example, the Ministry of Environment, which handles meteorology data. So it would be good if that was put in the public domain. Then open access publications also was another method that was proposed. So that was on methods of sharing scientific discoveries. Then we had another question on how can findings be integrated into policy and private sector operations. So we started with policy and said we can generate policy briefs and advocacy papers. Then the other way of integrating our findings into policy is to align with the national agenda, or aligning with the, if it's local government, with the local government needs. The other one is for designing and co-planning research with end users and participatory action research. Then we also have dissemination of findings in stakeholder and policy platforms. Then for the private sector, we came up with the bottom-up research, where you find that the products or technology you have serve a particular purpose to the community or to the setting. There was an example in that there was a manufacturing plant set in a region that could only work on maybe potatoes, fish that are oval, but yet that very community only produced another type of potato. So that disparity shouldn't be there. Then the other way is through patents again, private-public partnerships that came up strongly. And one way to do that is to have incubation systems. Then developing technologies in a cost-effective way that are cost-effective, so that they make business sense. Yeah, disseminating in targeted forums like trade shows and trade fairs, using stakeholder innovation platforms, and then coming up with the alternatives. So if what they are using is more expensive than what you generate, then the private sector, there is a high chance that you can sell them that idea if it reduces their costs yet serves the same purpose. Then the last question, I hope I'm still in my time, is what methodologies can be employed to facilitate the processing and discussion of results in a manner that informs the generation of actionable outcomes. It was long, and we hope we were not lost in the words, but we put forward some ideas, and one of them is the theory of change, which incorporates stakeholders, so stakeholder analysis from the beginning, so that they are part of the journey. Then the other one is through use of dialogues. Then use of demonstrations and living labs was another one. Then using infographics and posters. You saw when we were hit with COVID and Ebola, these kind of messages were everywhere and they were very easy to interpret. So that's what we are kind of looking at. Then using role playing or plays to put across the message. Using clips and documentaries. So clips are short, message intensive, short ones, like 1-3 minutes, whereas documentaries are longer. Using snowballing ideas, like using model farmers. One model farmer can be used to reach more farmers in his locality. That is snowballing. And also if you train trainers like extension, then they will take the message to more people. Then to communicate in a friendly, easy to understand local languages. If your message is to be given to the people in the Elgon about landslides, it should be in Lumasab. Then use of mass media, virtual meetings and webinars, and to engage in telecom companies to help in message dissemination. And again, the example of when we were in the pandemic, these messages would come on the phones, and people are encouraging other ministries, if they have such messages, to also go in partnership with these telecom companies. My group members, please put up your hands. You can add or correct me where I didn't put your message across, but that's what we compiled.
Charles Kagwa. I'm presenting for group number 2. We had 3 questions, and the first one was, how can projects lead to strong and sustainable institutional partnerships? Essentially, the question was asking for impacts. Now, a number of points were generated. One is, we could have sustainable institutional partnerships if projects lead to stronger research, teaching, and even strengthening the partnerships themselves. 2, impact on joint curriculum review. The next point is about strengthening collaborative research and publication. The other point is having and strengthening student and staff mobility on an international basis, from institution to another. Also, having continuous funding for research and teaching projects. That one is important, just like any other points anyway. When projects have that continuous funding, they are quite sustainable. Many projects run out of steam simply because the funds dry out. Then, if these partnerships actually lead to improved policies, the results and the impacts impacting on policies, that one can lead to sustainable partnerships. We are looking also at long-term perspectives and continuity of staff and PIs as another area that we get from strong and sustainable institutional partnerships. Projects also get sustained if the players have very clear roles they play. So it is important that these roles right from the start for each partner are well defined. The other point is about collaborative training and supervision of the activities and students in that project. Not assuming definitely that everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing. Of course, the other one is having a strong established relations among the collaborators. Person to person, the physical contact is very important, much as there might be other forms of interactions like maybe Zoom and so on. Then, of course, that kind of contact helps to build trust and understanding the cultural differences and transparency and accountability of activities among partnering institutions is very key. Transparency builds trust, which is very, very important to have a sustainable partnership. Then, of course, if that partnership eventually leads to joint outreach activities with various stakeholders, then its impact is felt and sustained. Question number 2 states that what kind of regional and international networking is needed. Among the elements there include 1, organizing conferences, workshops, activities such as science days, and also using digital media. That one is diverse websites and other web-based communication modes. Using research stays and summer classes, as they are very well known maybe in the Western world. Using guest lecturers for transfer of knowledge. Promoting labor mobility. Now, this is where countries find it acceptable to use professionals trained from other countries and coming to work in another country. regional and international standardization of academic programs. For instance, in East Africa here, there is that attempt. I think it is at a very good stage right now. We have regulators such as the Inter-University Council for East Africa. That one is helping a lot along standardization. Mentorship of junior researchers, that is quite key in regional and international networking, promoting it and sustaining it. Of course, engaging in joint research, grant applications, writing proposals and so on. Then promoting inter and intra mobility of students. We have, for instance, a number of programs here that are supported by the African Union, the European Union. Some of you may have participated in such programs, like the Erasmus Mundus, Nyerere something, all those support the regional and international networking. The role of the young researchers. This is the question. What role do young researchers, scholarship holders and alumni play in this whole scenario? This category can really be very useful in knowledge and in knowledge and skills transfer. They are very dynamic. They have fresh ideas. Secondly, this category of researchers can be relied upon because of their fresh ideas, their innovations, which can be used by senior researchers to further cultivate research ideas. This category also can become mentees. And this category of researchers can be relied upon for the acceleration of synergy in university academic life generally. And because they have been, they are fresh in the field, they can be relied upon for sourcing new collaborations and increase institutional visibility. That is our contribution. Group 2, maybe you can do as group 1, you can raise the. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Apia, for inviting me, and I thank my group mates for their insights. Your work actually is not only theory to us, it's also very practical in nature. In 2013, Apia offered Gulu University, together with the Medical University of Vienna, a grant to introduce a Master of Medical Anthropology program in Gulu University. One of the key issues which has made that program thrive is that any student in humanities who was ever supported by Apia just volunteers to come and teach without coercion, without expecting a salary. This is very important. I think you can give these examples next time. Our group had also 3 questions, but I will summarize because they are the points are very similar to what my colleagues have given, except that for us we had to concretize, we had to make, we have to give like real examples. Yeah. So for instance, how can projects include cross-cutting issues? In this way, we had to first identify which project, because we have realized that cross-cutting issues are different for each project. So for instance, one colleague was working on the idea of climate change. Yeah? And climate change itself is a cross-cutting issue. Yeah? And then she explained it in this way. It's an area of research, and it can have like indicators which other evaluators can look for. For instance, if you are looking for indicators in a project which has integrated climate change in your project, you look out for, in academia, you look out for things like how much paper they are using, because this translates to degradation of environment or deforestation to produce the paper. And in my experience as an evaluator of projects, I've seen like diverse ideas about how an applicant will integrate climate change as a cross-cutting issue. So it is up to you to reason it out, like in the way that you want the evaluator to see what you're going to do in practice. The most common one is, of course, gender. Gender mainstreaming as a cross-cutting issue. I think everybody is always talking about gender. Gender, how to include women, how to make sure women's needs are taken care of, how to make sure women's ideas are taken care of, how to make sure women participate, and so on. These are all indicators that we look for in gender mainstreaming as a cross-cutting issue in a project. One of the participants mentioned that men are actually overtaken in a project. So in this way, as an evaluator of projects, I will look at what the needs of men are in this project. If they are overtaken, I will make sure that the applicants are taking care of the needs of men, so that they can feel like collaborators in this project. Is that right? So for instance, if my target is 50% men, 50% women, and you report to me that the men have been overtaken, in this case, I'm not going to look for indicators which show that women's needs are taken care of, but actually I will reverse my lens to account for the needs of men and how to make the project more inclusive for men. So gender mainstreaming is about attending to needs of both men and women. Is that clear? Yeah, okay. And then one of the contributors mentioned HIV/AIDS as a cross-cutting issue. This is very common, especially in health projects. For example, NIH will require that the applicant or a proposed project will take care of HIV/AIDS issue as a cross-cutting issue. So for instance, in a work environment, how are you going to attend to the HIV/AIDS positive people? How are you going to make sure they access the ARVs? How are you going to make sure that they are not discriminated against, even at policy level? And then digitalization, this is especially in European Union projects. Digitalization as a cross-cutting issue. There is an opportunity there because we see increasing, especially the young people are more interested in digital information and accessing information digitally. In our very own master project, we have a library, but when you come to the facility, you might not see a library. They are all digital books, up to 400 books. And so if you are a successful applicant, one of the benefits you have is 400 books free of charge. And they are in digital form. So there is an opportunity there that you cut costs, whereby you would have bought like one book at maybe 20 euro, now you get a digital book at no cost, especially after 2 years. And then there's another opportunity in digitalization, in that it relates to climate change, like how much paper you're using, and then how you distribute or you share your information, because now you will run away from memos and letters, and you'll be talking about emails and the advantages that accrue there. So our question was very broad, and I don't know how to include every idea, so I will invite my group mates to also add some of the issues that I have left out. But just know that cross-cutting issues are dependent very much on the issue you are addressing. Yeah. So, for instance, if you are addressing the issue that there are few medical or clinicians who are women, how would you address that issue, and which cross-cutting issue are you going to deploy? I want to thank our secretary. She's not a secretary. At our rapporteur, Francis. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite our group 3 members to make 1 or 2 contributions, especially on the issues that are forgotten. So, for instance, the idea of mainstreaming refugees and minority groups, that one are forgotten. Someone can tell us. Yeah. Huh? Okay, thank you very much.
There were 2 people supposed to be up here. Peter, you were supposed to be here. Gerald decided to snitch on us. So, Peter, are you coming up? Thank you. And Harold. Yes. So I'll give Harold and Peter a chance to speak, and then we'll have a Q&A for about 15-20 minutes, and we will go home. So I'll start with Peter.
I will start with the cross-cutting issues. Our chair indicated this project or idea specific. You cannot have climate change as a cross-cutting area within climate change or environmental-related project. But you can have gender-related, policy-related, and of course the HIV-related cross-cutting issues under that. Perhaps what forgot to include is environmental sustainability and of course conflict sensitivity. Because there are some projects that when you are implementing, they cause conflict, or they may seem to cause conflict to the users. And so that should be recognized in case there is any conflict that is arising as a result of the project implementation. Then there should be modalities to address that. People with the disabilities, of course, this is also another issue which has to be considered. And Yeah, migration and refugee minority groups are also indicated, because now this is a common trend. People are not only moving outside the country, but also internal displacements. So any project that is being implemented for a given society, then they should also be mindful of the potential attraction of other people to this area, and perhaps again this can lead to a conflict. So that can also be considered under cross issue. Institutional. So how can projects lead to strong and sustainable institutional partnership? Over years, projects have actually been have operated at individual level. In most cases, institutions are not put at the center. But at least I know Makerere has now tried to institutionalize all the projects that are being won by different PIs. So you have to register this project, and then you have to make sure that all the outcomes are also presented, so that at the end the institution takes charge of it. But most important is having agreements. And these agreements can be in such a way that they spell out, like I know one, I think Erasmus, where they provide a working program which we have to achieve within maybe 3 or 2 years. And if we are not performing at that level, then the institution, so your institution can reprimand you, or the funder can as well reprimand you why you are not achieving that. So having clear and strong agreements is key. Most institutions have been relying on MOUs, and I just got to know recently that that's a gentleman's agreement. And that's why none of the partner institutions can be reprimanded by just having an MOU. So going deeper to have your institution responsible for what you are going to implement as a PI, I think is a key element in strengthening the institutional collaboration. Talked of standardizing curricula. It's an uphill task, and I'm happy my colleague raised it up. It's, yeah, AU has been funding about 55 or so universities to see how they handle the harmonization and standardization of the programs. But you find we have different ways of the load. We have the CUs, the contact hours, then you have the notion hours, you have, so these take different levels of workload. And indeed we had one intermobility project where it became difficult to transfer results between the participating institutions. So again, to strengthen our interaction, I think is now at that higher level, the academic registrars. So unfortunately, we have senators here. Take this out, let the credit transfer and the type of load be harmonized across the continent. And now the course naming and the course direction, this can come, people can name them differently, but provided the student is able to get all the competencies that would be offered at the home institution, and that can facilitate continuous collaboration. And of course, we can believe in the certificates that the students are bringing to the home institutions. Maybe I'll ask my colleague to chip in there as think about other things. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I would like to bring an additional point. We had now heard from the colleagues a lot of things that we had looked into the establishment of joint activities of institution to include everybody and every societal group. I would like to stress, though, that if we want to have an institutional joint activity, that this has to be a bottom-up process. Means we have to enable the single individuals that are our institutions to develop the joint activities. And for this, I'm actually pretty pessimistic. But when we look into the future, how this can be done, because we have an increasing activity of top-down management in the context of project evaluations, administration of activities. And what we have to try, though, is to have the academic freedom to enable us to let's say independent from administrative corsets to develop joint things. And when we look in the institution, I'm from Boku. I'm involved with many of you on a as an advisor and as within academic formation. And one thing is very, very clear, that all these activities depend on how we ourselves are going towards this situation, what we can bring from our personal perspective into it, and form, so to say, then this longer lasting collaborations. And I'm also skeptical if the institutions itself are really able to form let's say the circumstances that are leading to this situations, because in my experience it's actually rather let's say like this. So we have incentives that make it, that facilitate the things, but we have also administrative activities that make the things more complicated, right? And we need to find a compromise on that. So of course we had now 45 minutes, several questions, so it was difficult to tackle all of these things, and it was also difficult to make it structured. But I would like to stress this possibility, or this characteristics of this of our joint activity, so to say. And with that, we have questions, right?
Maybe. Maybe just to gender. Frequently, the evaluators consider gender. I don't know whether they are not experts, or because usually they give to subject experts to review, but they consider gender as being man and woman. And they want to see, I'm sorry for the gender experts, to see that more women are either participating, more women are empowered, more women or girls are somewhere. But out of experience, this was actually, we had a project from 2004 coming all the way, actually it was a 10-year program. We empowered women in fish processing, adding value, etc. So we trained them and eventually created the market, etc. When they started getting money, they created, well, you call it gender-based violence. Now it's not men turning against women, but it's now women turning against men. So we created another problem. Similarly, we did a survey recently, and we realized that when women live there and go to the gold mines and strike a deal and you have gold and they're selling, then they are turning against their husbands for not doing enough to earn money for the families. But of course, we also have instances where men are getting money and turning against their women. So I think this gender issue, gender inclusion for project reviewers should be, I think, looked at a different perspective rather than just having many women, but we would also be creating serious conflict in families. Thank you.
Well, yeah, but we have to, of course. There is of course a societal consensus that we want to have all parts of society participating in everything, right? And there has to be some activities to ensure that. I would want to say. And
Yeah, I think you have raised an important issue there, how to ensure that gender mainstreaming doesn't produce other impacts. This is what many scholars are struggling with. In one of the projects I evaluated a few years ago, they encouraged women many women were encouraged to pursue ICT related courses. And they invited even housewives to be trained in ICT. Very basic, get a laptop, learn how to use it, learn how to type documents. Mothers, housewives, some were coming to the project site with babies. And then I said, no, why must we ensure that women are equipped with skills in ICT and digitalization? How are these mothers, housewives going to appropriate these skills? And my fears were not without experience. Within a few months, the same women reported that the husbands are the ones who are now owning the laptops. They're the ones using the laptops, and so on. So, Dr. Akol, I don't know how you can address these unintended consequences that we create.
Unfortunately, I'm not a gender expert, but out of experience, this is what I've observed, and it's my concern that many scholars, potential researchers are going to keep writing proposals with this mentality of empowering women, increasing their participation in ABCD, but in most cases, excluding. Yeah. So in most cases, they exclude men. But again, if you bring men and women together to be empowered in a given activity, you'll find that one sex will take it more than the other. So to me, this is an issue which goes to the gender expert to guide us on how best to approach these gender inclusion issues so that we do not create additional conflict.
Can I also chip on the gender? Okay, thank you. I don't know if we have taken it out of context, because I don't think what they are saying is that the women should be more than the men. It's from the history in that the participation of women has been very low compared to the men. So from my responsibilities as a PIO and as a reviewer. It's a percentage that they want you to lift them up to. And usually around 30 to about maybe 45%. So it's not that they want it to be inundated with women. They want, especially in those cases where their participation is usually low, to be beefed up a bit. That is how I understand it.
I agree with you. I think what she's saying is about numbers. And numbers are good. Metrics are good. But we are going beyond numbers in mainstreaming. We want the academics like you to reflect a little more about what you're creating beyond numbers. So, for instance, if you want many clinicians, you want clinicians you want female clinicians, you want more female clinicians. Yeah, you want the number to increase from eight women in a clinic to 40 women in a clinic. This is a good thing if you manage to do it. But we also know that women have other tasks. They are not only clinicians. Being a clinician does not prevent you from being a mother, does not prevent you from being a wife, does not prevent you from taking on other social responsibilities in your community. What are you doing to the women? Isn't it also increasing their workload? Isn't it that you are also making male clinicians' workload increase? This is a debate we always hold at the Faculty of Medicine. Many, like you find sometimes five female clinicians are on maternity leave. During those 4 months, the male clinicians have to cover 24 hours. Yeah? So what are we producing if you give a hospital 40 women and perhaps 20 are on maternity leave at one given time? What is happening to the male clinicians there? So we are going beyond numbers today.
I like this gender debate. One of the most unsettling questions I was asked at my PhD defense was, where are the women in your work? I almost collapsed.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Kebirunji Harriet. About the issue of gender, mainstreaming gender into projects and the benefits or the outcomes. The question should not actually be the numbers, nor how much they earn. The question should be on the relationship. Because gender is relational. It is influenced by social norms, where men are expected culturally to be breadwinners and women nurturers. And a man seeing his wife going out every day to work thinks that maybe because he's getting some income, you need to ask yourself, when that money is earned, or the benefits of participating in that project, you need to ask yourself, who makes the decisions of the outcome or the benefit of the project? Is it the man, or still it is the woman? Does the woman go and work and bring the benefit to the man to distribute to the home or not. And if the woman has earned this amount of money or has been exposed because she has been domesticated and has been empowered not financially but through capacity building, and now I think she knows her rights. If she earns, then you need to ask, because at the end, men wants to be at the steering wheel. You've talked about men taking on computers. When we were working on NADS, the motorcycles that were being given to female coordinators, agricultural coordinators in NADS, they were being taken by the men. It is the men that were taking the women to meetings and dumping them there, and then they go drink, and they were also taking the allowances of the women. So you need to ask yourself, where does the conflict come from? It is a fact that men have given up responsibilities for family and child care. They no longer care for their families. The breadwinning role has been now shifted because the women seem to be going out. So for me, it's not about, we need to question the social norms. It is the social norms. The men who want to own what the benefit of that woman. After all, the woman herself is a property to the man. So whatever you bring in the home is also property to the man. Or wherever you are, you should be working within the confines and dictates of the family household head. So the women should be encouraged to continue participating in the project because they have quite a number of other roles. We can have further discussions about this, and we see how we can work within. We may not break them, but we can make them fluid for women to continue working. You remember the Send a Cow project when it started. The projects were given to the women, but the cow became a mare's project because on whose land you are grazing the cow. And what is a cow? A cow gives power to the family, and the woman cannot own. And the man would actually sell the milk and sell the cow, but the woman continued to look for pasture for the cow. So we need to learn from such projects and such relations. It's a big debate. We can continue with the discussions later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm a natural scientist. 1 minute, please. I'll be so precise. One thing, as a young man from observing living in this country, these gender issues are also evolving. And while evaluators are thinking about 25 years ago, things have changed. They should also integrate marital issues. Where I come from in the East, now the burden of household responsibility has been overturned. When I grew up, it was the fathers. But right now you go to TESO, it is the women shouldering. Now you can't talk about the issues of gender equity and equality the same way in TESO and Western Uganda. So roles, marriage issues have to be integrated. How do we look at females who are married and they're widowed, and these females who are just coming out from the university? So let's leave that for gender specialists. commodities. There are so many issues. Thank you. Let me stop here.
Okay. I'm Patrick Sevugere from Makerere University. Yeah, you know, for a long time, I've been asking myself, if it were the women on top, the leadership of the world, look at this Gaza, Israel war, Ukraine, Russia, I highly doubt whether we would be having these wars. And this is where I, for one, would love that really the women are promoted more. However, when you look at gender, the SDG 5, gender equity, gender equality, for long I've tried to understand what it means. Is it favorism or? And you know what is happening is that, you know, the women are saying they are taking responsibility of the children, but for a long time, here in sub-Saharan Africa, the boy child has been neglected. Even myself, I'm a parent, but you know, on my heart deep, I normally protect the girl, and sometimes I don't mind about the boy child. When it comes to this project, research, publications, really, you know what is happening is that there are also gaps. When you look at the number of men that are publishing, that are winning also grants, and so I think they need to promote the girl child also, such that they, you know, look at this academia. The ratio even here could be about, look at the men. Should we count the number of men versus women here in the audience? Yeah. You find, so we need to promote the women, but also the neglect of the boy child is questionable. We need to work to see that the boy child is equally promoted. Thank you.
Only one more comment on gender. Thank you very much. This will not end, and I think it won't end nicely.
Thank you very much. Of course, as he's saying, the topic of gender cannot end today because it's controversial. Gender does not mean a man and a woman. Gender, those are roles, responsibilities, opportunities, attributes as connected to being a male or a female. But also gender equality does not mean sameness. Does not mean a woman becoming a man. It means competing for the same opportunities in life. Education opportunities, employment opportunities, health, etc. However, a woman has been brought on board, as it has been over-discussed, because society and tradition had left her behind. Yes, there has been women emancipation, women empowerment, but as he is pointing out, it's true, somehow, somewhere, a man is left behind, especially a boy child that we have to nurture for the next future or for the next generation. So we need to start talking about a boy and a girl to strike the balance in terms of gender, responsibilities, opportunities, etc. Because if we insist on a girl, a woman, then that's why we see our men here trying to develop some other definitions of gender, that those are issues of women. Yeah, striking a balance between men and women doesn't mean that a woman still is not being discriminated against. As we are talking in terms of agriculture, in terms of any other activity, you find women do the preparation, the management, and etc. But when it comes to selling of the product, a man comes in to look for the market and he puts money in the pocket then the woman cannot know how much has come out. Much as we need to promote a boy child, we need to continue supporting a girl child or women. Thank you so much.
How many of us read? There's a book I'm taking my students through this coming semester. It's titled So Long a Letter. So Long a Letter. So there are two women, both educated, and both Muslim women. One gets a co-wife, the other one gets a co-wife, and this one is writing a letter to the other one, and the other one says, no, the one writing the letter says, I have to stay in my marriage because I cannot fight my husband. The other one says, you know what? Love is not shared. I am packing my bags and I am leaving. And I've always asked my students, so who of these women is right with what she does? I think the gender question is problematic because one, we have, and I'm sorry I'm going to say something that may not augur well with some people. There is someone in this country who keeps saying people who do gender studies are doing degrees in women. We've heard that person. We know that person. But also I think sometimes as we think about gender, we also want to ask ourselves the question, who propagates these things? Is it the men? Is it the women? And I think sometimes while we don't want to have this conversation, it's a conversation that's worth having. And I'm not saying that women are not discriminated against. I have one child, and that child is a girl. And I have always been told a man cannot be contented with one child, moreover, a girl. And that's how we think. And you know the people who tell me that? It's women. And so sometimes I wonder, okay, so okay, so we're talking about these are conversations we need to have. One, about whether we have to get women on board in research. And I've had the privilege of generally working with women, and I find them amazing people. I'm being honest with you. But I also want us to be very careful about how we also think about women in research and whether we are doing enough to actually have them on board. Because you see, in literary theory, we always say that theory is constructed by men to oppress women. I'm careful about that argument many times. But the reality is that sometimes I think as we talk about gender and discrimination and so much more, maybe we want to also ask ourselves the question, who propagates this gender divide? And who actually makes it sound more pronounced than we would think about? So in research, how are we dealing with this? And how are we bringing women on board? But also the question, and I think Grace asked this, how many women are writing projects? At Makerere, whenever they call for principals and deputy principals, it's the men who apply. Few women come up. They do not do what? Oh, you have so much fear.
So I don't know. Maybe maybe we come back to the international partnership thing, because I think you just said it's going to be controversial, and you start the controversy to go up right away. We won't solve that now. Okay? All what you say is not my reality in life, I have to say, so I hardly don't understand at all what you're talking about. Yeah, I hope that it's not this bad like you described. I think it's not.
Actually in Uganda it is worse than you're hearing here. Yes. Please go on.
So how about we start we continue to talk about the international partnership that we discussed, and I agree with Peter that this focus on what you call generally gender issues within the project and actually as a project topic is something which has already some some steering organizational effect. So this is what when I then made my little statement. This is what I call a top-down element, right? And nevertheless, the main goal of this is basically technical transfer, right?
Yeah.
So we have a north-south technical transfer, which is very reasonable and which is functioning. So from Boku perspective, very very well, right? So my hypothesis is that the less top-down elements we have in this, and the more freedom we are managed to grant the single individuals that are actually the protagonists in this international partnership game, the less top-down elements we have, the better and the more productive it's outcome. And this is what I suggest that we try to develop in the future, something that is providing that a little bit more.
Okay.
I'm pessimistic on this point, but I think that's important.
Thanks, Harold. Thanks a lot. We also had from group 2, which was dealing, I think group 2, yes, about, that's what we've worked on. Strengthening partnerships, yes. And how projects can lead, how can projects lead to a strong and sustainable institutional partnership? And I think Harold has talked a little about that, especially regarding the top-down approach and then the north-south relationship and so much more. But also, yes, please. Please. The microphone is off.
Thank you. I want to give an example of our master program again. It is now 10 years, and for many donor-funded projects, that's beyond the project's life, isn't it? That is beyond we can now talk about sustainability, or it is a little sustainable compared to other projects. I've seen some projects which were only like 1 year down the road, they were dead. Sorry to call it dead, or they were not there anymore. Huh? Does anyone identify? Yeah, and in most cases you count like we have 2 years and we'll close at the end of 2 years. So in essence, we have a 10-year project, and we can foreground it as an example of a sustainable project. And this is how the story unfolded. We will refer to the concept of bottom-up approach, but also top-down. So we are in the middle there. We had guests from the Medical University of Vienna asking for partnerships with the Gulu University Faculty of Medicine. When they came, they already found on the shelf a project to introduce a master program within the Faculty of Medicine. And so to develop this idea was easier than if they came with, we want you to develop a master program. You get the point? So there is the local needs and also a partnership with another university, and most importantly, APIA. So when they supported us to develop the curriculum and also to initiate or to pioneer this master program, we engaged the university very much in asking these questions like, beyond APIA, what are we going to do? How are we preparing for a master course without direct funding from APIA? So in essence, we were trying to look beyond, or to look at ourselves alive beyond the 2-year project. I must say that even after 10 years, we still have the legacy of APIA in that program. For instance, I talked about the books, the digital books. These were brought to us by the professor, Ruth Kutalek. She brought a laptop with 400 books, PDF form. And we have never been so grateful like we are even up to today. And up to this day, that master program shares facilities. So for instance, the furniture we use, we share with other classes because they didn't have anything, yeah? And when they look at the different inscriptions on the desk, it's a legacy that we cannot run from. What is up here? A student might ask, who is joining in this academic year? And that we are able to tell the story. So sustainability for us is asking the question, how to have a life beyond the program, but actually also recognizing the contribution of this partnership. I thank you.
Yes, you have something to say?
Just a small addition. Sustaining partnerships. Institutions, especially the young ones, you know, many institutions in Uganda are young by their nature. We must have a certain level of commitment. You know, like one colleague mentioned, there are certain initiatives that are usually taken by individuals. Someone writes, gets the project, the administration is not even aware of, somehow they move and they end there without factoring it into the university systems. So there is a lesson that we need to learn about sustainability, and it is about commitment. Of course, commitment, one, can be seen in the university, maybe documentation, strategic plan, and so on and so forth. But that's not enough. Institutions must set up structures and systems. Do you have, for instance, an office, dedicated staff? Because maintaining, for instance, maintaining communication is so key to sustain partnerships. Otherwise, if I take an initiative, complete a project and rest, and there is no other form of commitment on the part of the institution, many initiatives die after a very short period.
Janina, you had something?
Thank you. I wanted to contribute to working group 2 also, because they had the strengthening. And I wanted to say that from my experience, projects that have a strong capacity building component, and that's where APPEAR was very good because they funded such. You find that you have a project that is training postdocs, PhDs, masters, and those are the branches of the future. But you find there are shorter term projects that don't have that luxury. But I would still encourage that you have a very good mix of old or senior scientists and the young, so that there is mentoring in those programs, even if it's not a training aspect, because that also goes a long way in sustainability.
Okay, so we have mentorship, we have making sure that we bring people on board, we think carefully about North-South partnerships, and get people to be out there. This has been a good discussion. We can keep the discussions going. We have tea served in the place where we've had our meals, and the bus leaves at 5:45 for the hotel. The hotel name is in the program pack that we have. It's been good sharing this day with you, learning a few more things, and thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to to So the bus leaves at 5:45, and if you do not have any private transportation, there is a bus that's going to wait for us just outside here. It's going to be Protea Skies. That's in no, that place is, I don't know, the Vukoto on Tinda, something like that. Naguru. Okay, so it's in Naguru. We're also going to send you an evaluation form, and we'll request that all participants please respond to this evaluation. It's also about making future events better, much better organized. I've been Isaac Tiwasima, and yes, sir. Well, there is tea. There is still some time before we leave, so you to. It's some direction. Are we okay with that? Pardon? We go directly to the hotel. Okay, thanks everyone, and do have a good evening.